Hello, and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name's Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. The time is 1 minute past 1 p.m. and it's Monday the 3rd of August 2026. 2026? Whoa! Really? Yeah, more like August. Really? Already August. I remember when it was July. It seems like days ago. So, what is Let Me Bore You to Sleep? What does it represent? What does it mean? What's it all about? And also, why do people shout when they're on the phone? I've got a neighbour in the garden shouting. I assume they're on the phone because they just said, bye, love you. And no one said, love you back or bye. I didn't hear anyone else there. Unless the person she's speaking to just doesn't like her. But that's unlikely, isn't it? Why shout when you're on the phone? It's like, isn't that kind of the point why we have phones? So we don't have to shout anymore. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It just seems a bit silly. Little bit silly. I don't know, like going to the bottom of the garden, doing a big poo in a bucket, and then carrying it all through the house, and then pouring it into the toilet and flushing. I mean, technically, it's nothing like that, but you know what I mean. Like, it's kind of, I tell you, it reminds me of something. I went to France in 1989, and we literally were, me and my new friend at the time, were pretty much hitchhiking, walking through the Alps in France. And I think we got 2 really long bread rolls, you know, the stick rolls, and bottles of water to save money. That's all we had for probably the whole day, like from early hours of the morning till probably about 8 at night. And then when we got to the next destination, which I think was possibly Paris, but when we got to the next town, we booked into a hotel or bed and breakfast or whatever, and then we went to a restaurant and spent loads of money on a meal in a restaurant. Now, admittedly, that was probably one of the best meals I've ever had. It was a pizza. Just point out what kind of food it was, but because I was so hungry. But also that breadstick was the best breadstick I'd ever had as well. But they did ask if we wanted bread with the meal, and like, no, you're right. No, we bred it up until you realise that actually pizza is mainly just bread, isn't it? But it's a different version of bread. Bread. So what is this podcast? I don't know. It's number 1656. 1566. So I've been doing it a while. I think it was March 2018 I started this particular podcast. What is it? What was it supposed to be? Because I think what it was supposed to be has changed. Because originally it was, I think it was supposed to be just me talking and then leading into a slow, sleepy relaxation hypnosis session. That was kind of the idea. And somewhere along the line, I lost my way. No, somewhere along the line, it sort of transformed into something all of its own, without me really doing anything. I've not purposefully tried to make it a certain way. I just talk about my life and exaggerate a bit. Whatever the opposite to exaggeration is, a bit. Do a little bit of fluff here, a little bit of puff there, a little bit of wing, wong, wang. You know, all kinds of different things. And I don't know what it is anymore. All I know is my left eye's hurting today. It wasn't earlier. I don't remember. You know, I haven't banged it, so I've kind of got like an eye ache, which I haven't had for ages, as you usually do to eye strain. But I haven't really felt like I've had eye strain in a long time, ever since I got my new glasses. It almost feels like I've banged my eye. I haven't. I'd remember that, wouldn't I? Yeah, I'd remember that. I was just saying, well, actually, I banged myself on the wall while I was asleep. Because, I mean, I did once kick the wall and broke my foot. When I was, it's true. There's still a dent in the wall. Dreaming that something was chasing me, and then I turned round. I realised if I turn around and kick it, the velocity or whatever, the force of it coming towards me, and then me going towards it and kicking, would be a good thing to do. It would like stop the thing, whatever it was. I don't know if it was a dog or if it was a munchkin. I don't know. We did the job, and I woke up, and I couldn't believe the mess. It's like, wow. I didn't just tap, I fully on kicked the wall. Full on kicked it. It's like, whoa. And I think the dent is really for my toenail, really, my big toenail, is why the dent is there. But I couldn't walk properly for a couple of months after that. and most of my foot, apart from it's basically really only the big toe, the second one to the big toe, and maybe the third one, and then the top of my foot was blue and black and green and yellow and all kinds of... it's weird. Apart from that, it was quite good. I absolutely, thoroughly enjoyed it. But I don't want to do that again. And then, ironically, I broke the heel later on in the year, trying to stop my door from closing. And the door, we've got these really, really heavy fire doors on all the flats now. They were put in a few years back. And it was... I don't like my door slamming. And they're built to slam, because the idea is they always stay closed. And they're very heavy. So I had something in my hand, I don't know, shopping or something, and I was trying to stop the door from slamming, and it slammed right on my heel. Now, I was wearing these, or the old ones, the Crocs, so my heel was out of them when I did it. It's a really silly thing to do. I mean, if I'd have done it, I've done it before with my shoes on, and it's banged my heels a bit, but this was like a bare heel. Oh, again, I couldn't... I mean, this was October, November 3 years ago. Because it was weird because Luke, my friend downstairs, he wanted me to go to the petrol station with him, and I said I couldn't. And he kept going, come on, I want you to come with me. Or go instead of me, then at least come with me. I said, I can't walk with my foot like this. And he was moaning. I said, look. And I just reminded him that he had the same thing, but with his leg. He had, I don't know what the heck it was in his leg, but he had to have treatment on it. He had like not septic, but his leg went weird, really weird, and he couldn't walk on it for months, really, not properly. And I don't know if it was, what's that called, the veins? I know veins are called veins, but anyway, whatever it was, his was serious, mine wasn't, mine was just an accident. But still, I couldn't walk around. I hobbled to take Vinny out, and I stuck to the garden if I could. And I remember the look of disappointment on my friend's face. The look of disbelief as well. How can you going to let your foot get in the way of you going out? Will you let your leg get in the way of going out? In hindsight, it was a different thing because his was medical, but I still couldn't walk. It was, oh. So yeah, it's really weird. During that short period of time, the 2 years previous to him leaving, I broke my foot twice, like my toes. I broke my foot twice, like the top of my foot with my big toe and the one next to it at least were busted, and my foot, the top of my foot. Then I did my heel. I also broke 2 toes when I jumped out of bed because there was always shouting downstairs, and I'd get up like, oh, what's going on? And I banged my foot against it's like I don't have it anymore, but it was a steel exercise bench, one of those really heavy ones. It's about as heavy as I am. It was really heavy, and I smashed my foot on it and broke some toes. So I also fractured, and I broke my rib, and also fractured my back twice when I fell down the stairs, all in like a couple of years. Crazy. Weird, isn't it? All just, and all of them through accidents. Before that, I did break my hand a couple of years earlier. I did fall out of the bath and break my wrist when I first moved in here, but that was 11 years ago. And I hadn't been in a bath for, literally everywhere I'd lived had had showers. There, the last place I lived in before moving here, the place before that, and the place before that. So the last time I had a shower, that I had a bathroom with a bath that I could get into, was 2007. So what's that? 2007. So 8 years. 2007 to 2015. So I'd gone 8 years without having a bath to get into. So when I got into it, it was slippery, and it was weird, and also I can't fit into the bath anymore. Like, to have a bath, I'm just too big to get into a bath. I can sit down in a bath, technically, like, sit down. I don't get completely stuck, but I can't lay my body down, because even if there's only a little bit of water in it, still overflows, and it's just not big enough. I can't. Yeah, there's no point, because if you can't get the water over your body, what's the point in using a bath? That's kind of the whole point of having a bath, isn't it? So that the water covers your body. There was a time when I was so slim, I used to have to wear armbands, those big rubber blow-up armbands when I was in the bath, just to keep me safe. So I didn't, and a bit of rope tied around my waist so I didn't go down the plug hole. I wasn't that slim, but generally, it used to be lovely. I could practically go for a swim. Not anymore. I'm like a hippopotamus trying to fit into a sink. That's what it's like. I did actually speak to the OT, occupational therapist, that's it. I think it was last week, regarding getting the bath taken out and having like a wet room or something like that, a shower, wet room, because I can't get my leg over the bath. So to have a shower, I'm uneven. I'm not really very balanced when I'm using the shower. Because I've got a shower in the bath as well, like against the wall. That's been there since I moved in. It's one of those ones where you have to turn on the water, both the hot and the cold tap, and then press down on the knob in the middle, the metal knob, to kind of have them both spray out. And it can be either too hot or too cold, or just change halfway through. Oh, it's yummy. But it's okay. It does the job. And I don't know what's harder, getting in or getting out. Probably getting out, actually. So getting in, I'm dry. Getting out, I'm wet. I don't know why I pointed that out, because it's kind of obvious, but unless I haven't actually had a shower. I suppose technically I could get into the bath, with no water in the bath and no shower running, so I could still be dry getting out. But then what would be the point in that? Other than exercise. Really boring exercise. What do you do? I go running. What do you do? I do weights. I go to the gym every day. What do you do, JJ? I get in and out of the bath. Yeah, not that exciting. So I thought, because I've got two neighbours. I got two neighbours in this building that have wet rooms, and they should have really put one in for my friend Uncle Sausages, but he didn't tell them that he had trouble getting in and out of the bath. He turned 79 when he was in hospital last summer, so I'm not saying that everyone in their 70s would have trouble getting in and out of the bath, but I just imagine that there comes a time when it would make more sense to not have a bath. But then the council, on the other flip of the flip-flop, is they're not probably really thinking about the person that's in the flat now, because they know that someone else will be in the flat in the future. And they might actually want a bath. And they're not going to put a bath in if there's no bath in there. If it comes with a wet room or with a shower, then they're just going to be having a shower, that's it. And some people love having baths, don't they? And they're physically able to get in and out, and they can fit in a bath without getting stuck. I'm like an octopus. It's weird, really weird. I didn't realise the sides of my back and my back almost turns into like octopus tentacles. The sucking stuff. I just get stuck. That reminds me when I was in this shop. I can't remember what shop it was. And I was testing out the reclining chairs. And I didn't realise that you could get ones that were electrical. And I pressed a button to recline, but I couldn't get back up again. And my feet were practically facing the wall, not the roof. I'm trying to think what's the opposite to the wall. So my feet I was practically upside down. And I didn't know how to get the thing to go back up again. So I had to shout for help. Yeah, it was a bit embarrassing, actually, thinking about it. I thought about something earlier that was really embarrassing, but I can't remember what it was. It was something. What did I do that was really, really embarrassing? It was a long time ago. I remember. This is decades ago. But I was in work, and there was this little room where we used to have coffee. And one of the other lads, he left, and he said something. It was like we were just joking around. He said something, and what I said in response was, at least I didn't mention his mum. Now, it wasn't even that bad, because I didn't mention his mum. But what he said, if you know what I mean, it would have been quite funny. Some people laughed, but it wasn't. It was just a chuck away line, And then a voice from the corner of the room said, "Yeah, because you'd have said it to my mum as well." I didn't realise he had a brother working, so two brothers working together. And then he walked out, and I thought, oh no. So there's all this little gossip going around that I'd upset two brothers that boxed. They both boxed, any amateurs. And I'd upset both. Well, I'd upset one of them. Now, the one I upset, I didn't know. Clearly, I didn't even know he existed. I'd seen him, but I'd never spoken to him. The one who left first, I got on pretty well with. So I thought, well, I'm not going to wait till the end of the day to find out what happens. So I went up to him, the one that I normally would talk to, and I said, look, this is what happened. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't beat me up. And he said, okay. Then his brother came over, and I said the same thing to him. I'm sorry. And they were cool. They just needed me. Well, the other one had already heard about it. Like, his brother did tell his brother about it. So I didn't realise that as I walked up to him. That's all they needed. They just needed me to apologise, I think. I think the other brother, it gets confusing, don't I, when I keep saying the other brother, but the second brother, the one in the corner that I didn't know was the brother, I think he was a bit annoyed, more annoyed than the other one. I think the other one found it quite funny. The situation rather than what I said. The fact that I said that and his brother was in the room. And how awkward it was. Yeah. Another awkward time was... I'd come back from Ireland on a ferry. And I spent the entire journey with a female that I met on the ferry. We went and watched the cinema, watched a movie together and got on really well. I didn't know that she had a boyfriend. And at the end, I thought, oh, this is going really well. Nothing happened between us. There's no kisses, no hand holding, no humping. So no hiding in lifeboats, reading poetry to each other. None of that stuff. And as we were pulling up to, the ferry was pulling up to England, Dover. Or is it Dover? No, it's Liverpool, I think. She said, no, it was England to Ireland, because it was Dublin. Yeah. So we get to Dublin. Yeah, so once we get to Dublin, and I think it might have been like coaches from the ferry port to Dublin station or whatever, I don't know. And she, we said goodbye and we just, that was it. I get off, bearing in mind that she was part of a coach that I was on. But somehow we managed to get kind of separated when we got off the coach. Okay, so I'm ahead of the place, and I'm talking to a couple of other people that was on the coach as well, and they met up. There was a lot of people waiting for people, and two of the people that I was getting off the coach with or getting off the ferry with, they were talking about something that happened, and I said, well, I spent the entire journey with this really, really fit girl. Oh, she was amazing. And so there's three blokes and me, and I'm probably saying stuff I shouldn't, but they were laughing. Okay, I was very young and naive at the time, and saying how attractive she was, and they were laughing and everything. And one of the blokes said, "Oh, here she is." I said, "Who's that?" He said, "My girlfriend." And I looked over, and it was the woman that I'd spent the entire journey with, walking towards us. And I said, "See ya," and I was out of there, because I realised that I'd just been talking about his girlfriend to him, making him laugh, being rude about his girlfriend. Not rude as in like horrible, but just saying cheeky things. That's all, you know. And I realised that within quite a short time, she was probably going to introduce me to her boyfriend. Oh, we watched a movie together, and you know, because it was innocent to her. Well, it was innocent to me, but I was hoping for marriage and kids and stuff with her. I was hoping that I'd still be with her now. But honestly, I moved so quickly. It was like some kind of superhero movie. I was out of there. And I got into a McDonald's and we just waited so I could see the entrance, and I just thought, no, this could go bad. So I escaped. It's very weird. I knew I wasn't going to see them again because I was going to a particular part of Ireland, and she wasn't. I knew where she was going. She was going to like Galway or something, and I was going to Carlo. Wow, that was embarrassing. It was embarrassing without anyone else knowing about it, if you know. But she must have seen me there. I mean, literally, we'd spent the whole night together. It was the night we travelled during the night. So we spent the whole night together, like hanging out. And I don't think they had a bar on there. They might have done, but I didn't drink anything. But yeah, it was a nice trip, and she was lovely. But I had a few relationships like that, or not relationships, but experiences where I spent periods of time with a woman, like travelling, and almost like we were best friends, but nothing happened. A similar thing happened on a train journey. It was a really long train journey, and there was this woman with I think she had like a bass, you know, one of those big violin things. So she was a musician. She worked in an orchestra. That was her profession, and we just chatted and laughed for hours. And then she had to get off. And I just wanted to declare my love to her and ask her if she'd had my babies. But it didn't seem right to do that. You know, just like, how can you... Because you've only got a short amount of time between the train stopping and a train starting again. It stops, people get off, other people get on, then the train keeps going. It's very hard to declare your undying love to someone in that time. Unless, of course, it's a movie. A nice romantic movie. I'm trying to think of other times when I'm embarrassed myself. Oh, by the way, this is Monday's Boring Objects. Times I've embarrassed myself. That's what this is. Oh, there's another time. Oh, man. I was waiting in... Yeah, I got a job in January 1989 working in an office dealing with lorries. It's like a haulage firm, but they delivered liquid. So like, whether it was petrol, whatever, but it was all kind of chemicals. And my job was to work in the office, basically just doing everything, doing all kinds of stuff. Now, I won't go into that job because that's a whole story of its own. But after being there for probably a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, they sent me on a computer course because I was completely computer illiterate. I'd never used a computer, never even touched a computer, really. Even though we had computer studies at school, I opted out of that. Even though we had a computer at home. Because my dad, being an electrician and being a bit of an inventor himself, because he used to do this and that, he used to do lots of different things, he loved new technology. So when it came to new technology, we always had the new stuff, whether it's video recorders, computers. I think he got into the CB radio for a while when that was big. That was really for him, but he's we played around with it, but he had that down the bottom of the garden. He had an aerial the size of... I think he had to take the aerial down because it was too big. It was a huge aerial. So he was quite into the trends, and we literally had pretty much the first video game there ever was. And I don't remember what it was called. Although we didn't keep up with the video games. I don't think we ever had an Atari system or anything like that. I'm not sure why, but we had the original ones where you basically you had two little dashes and a dot. It was like tennis, ping pong or something. It was just like deet, 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 like that. And it just very boring. It's very boring. But then we had the Atari system, so I think it was a case of you could play games on there. Is it Atari? No, the Atari. There was a really famous not laptop, like a computer system that was really big in the early 80s. I can't remember what it's called. I played on it and I thought, what's the point in this? It doesn't do anything. You had to like program it to do stuff, and that seemed a bit pointless to me. To me, that was like, well, we might as well just have a television with no back, just a clear screen, and I act out the programs. You know, what's the point in that? Besides, I won't be able to see myself, will I? Unless I have a mirror in front of me. Yeah, have a mirror in front of me, and then I act out being a Dalek or something. It's like, no. That's what it kind of felt like a little bit. Now, my analogies today may not be great. That's it. That's what I've got to say on that one. They may not be great. So I played around on the computer, and I just did not see the point in it. I could see the point of it as a business. See, I knew that my local, newsagents, where I used to deliver papers for, when he got a computer, it made it a lot easier for him to just print out all the, who delivers to what. Printed it out, it was easy. So I could see that was a lot easier for people, and I could see, even when I left school, I could see that the tills and some of the newer tills were getting better with the computer systems and stuff. However, when I went to this job, it was all computer. I think the main things there, like you had the desk, chair, pen, but then there was the computer, a printer, the telex machine in the back. I couldn't figure out how to use a telex. I struggled with the fax as well. I mean, I didn't learn to use a fax until probably about 99, 98. Because I was working in another office or just helping out. And it took ages, but eventually I figured it out. Okay, I was taught, but eventually I kind of got used to doing it. But I didn't understand, why are we using telex? It just seemed like, isn't there a better way of doing it than this? Because this is just, to me, it felt almost like just one step ahead Morse code. And I knew a little bit of Morse code. I didn't. I don't know why I said that. An absolute lie. I have no Morse code knowledge at all. All I know is like beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. I mean, the point in Morse code is you could communicate just by going beep. You don't go beep, beep, beep. You actually press down on a thing that makes the sound. Because you'd need a microphone, wouldn't you, if you were literally just going beep, 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 beep. And if you do it too much, it's going to sound like, what's his name's? What was his? Buck Rogers' android, a companion. Buck Rogers in the 26th century or whatever, 25th century. Beep, 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 beep. Buck. Come on, Buck. Beady, 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 beady. And that was, if anyone remembers that. Beady, 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 beady. Let's go rain, Buck. Whatever. So, beady, beady, beady. What's that in your hand, Buck? Beady, 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 beady. I used to like him. What was it? Titi. Was it? I think his name might have been BB. TT, BB. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know. But yeah, I don't. No, I don't. I got no. I might have learned a bit of Morse code in the Sea Cadets. It's one of those things that probably it never used. Probably never really needed to use. Not that I hoped I'd never use. It's a bit like I know some like basic fire training, how to put a fire out, basic, because I've learnt it. I learnt it in the Sea Cadets, and also learnt it when I was at college. That and like basic first aid and stuff. And with the putting out fires, I've never really needed to use it, thankfully, and hopefully never will. With the first aid I have, that was, again, very basic. No, actually, well, yeah, I suppose compared to what ambulance people do, yeah, it was very basic. But I've used the first aid training on quite a few occasions the last few years, but that was just like resuscitating someone or keeping them going until the ambulance gets there. But Morse code, no, never. Beep 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 beep. No, never. That and sign language. That's another one I never learned. Now, I think it would make sense as well that all kids, because I think it'd be quite difficult now, but all kids at school learn sign language, but we need an international sign language. Can you imagine how cool that would be if everybody in the world learned an international sign language, which meant we could go anywhere and communicate without having to speak their language. Now, of course, sign language isn't complete communication, is it? It's not the same as talking. So I do wonder how Must be very. It's a different world, but then it's going to be a different world, isn't it? If you can't see or whatever, but it's got to be. I don't know. It's just the language, because there's so much vagueness in the spoken language, and like sarcasm and the same word meaning different things. It's amazing that whoever invented sign language was able to come up with anything like that. But you know what I noticed? People that spend a long time together, and I'm talking probably maybe decades, they almost seem to be able to read each other's minds. I don't mean the minds, but like from the facial expressions and the subtle movements and stuff. Because my step-nan, my step-grandmother was in hospital, and her husband, my step-granddad, so this is my step-mum's parents, he came in and he sat beside her and they held hands. They just looked at each other, didn't say a thing. And I was just standing there, and I don't know what they were thinking. I hope it wasn't like who's farted, because I had just let one go. But it's almost like they were in sync with each other. They had a, unless it was just they're both thinking the same thing. What are you looking at? why are you staring at me? It could have been, couldn't it? Who knows? But they had a deep, there was a deep connection that even someone as shallow as me can recognise. There was this deep, deep connection that, and it was, I don't know, powerful to see. In fact, after a while, I realised that I kind of, you know when they say read the room, I realised that maybe it's time for me to stop tap dancing. So yeah, it was powerful. The thing is, at the same time, I remember I had a Buddhist friend and he said, I think I know what you're thinking, can you tell me? And I said, no. He said, why not? I said, because then you start thinking you can read people's minds. And he got, boy, I think he was insulted when I said it to him. And he said, why is that a problem? I said, because you can't read people's minds. How do you know? Like, because, well, unless, if you might think you can read people's minds, but you might need to see a psychiatrist if you really believe that. But the best way to go through life possibly is to know that you can't read people's minds. And then after that, he didn't talk to me for a few hours. After that, and this was like 2004, I came to realise, and I have done over time, that there's a lot of people out there that really believe that they can read other people's minds. They really believe that they know what another person is thinking. And they don't know. They might guess it. They might, sometimes we're going to be right. Sometimes someone's facial expressions are very easy to read. If someone's, I don't know, for example, someone gets like terrified when they see a an octopus doing karaoke or something like that, yeah? That's really took ages to come up with that, didn't it? I'm not sure if that's creativity or just desperation. But, so an octopus doing karaoke. So someone goes into a club or bar and they do a karaoke night and they see that octopus, obviously dressed as a clown, and it's just like, it's like, you can probably guess that person's fearful. You know, like, okay, I can mind read that person. No, you can't. They kind of let you know by going, you know, they didn't need to walk around everybody in the club individually and said, you see that octopus? I don't like that. It makes me feel, just whispering into each person's ear, It's not necessary, is it? It's like the facial expressions, the bodily reaction, and the verbal high-pitched was enough. It doesn't mean you're turning into Uri Geller, alright? Or Derren Brown. I love Derren Brown, makes me laugh because he says right at the beginning, I am not a mind reader. I am not, you know, he says, I am not any of these things. I cannot tell your fortune. I cannot talk to the dead. I mean, anyway, I can talk to the dead. I can talk. I talk to the dead all the time. They don't answer me. I mean, anyone can talk to the dead. Makes such a big, I can talk to the dead. Yeah, anyone can. Just don't expect a response. Oh no, but I get a response. So you imagine a response. No, I get a response. So you imagine it. No. I actually went to one of those things years ago. I was dating someone that was into that. So I went to their church and they were doing this whole, is there a Doris here? Now, the place was full of, there's a lot of people in there, probably 70s and 80s at this time. Doris was a very popular name. Eileen, Doris, Teresa. You know, you'd find someone with that name. If you got 100 people, 100 women, you'd probably find at least one person with that name back then. So those names, it's just like the turn of this, like the early 1900s or 2000s or whatever, 1901, whatever. Edward. The amount of people called William or Edward, it's ridiculous. They're and back then, doesn't seem to happen as far as I know. I might be wrong. People used to name their kids after previous owners, after relatives. Either the middle name or the first name. And quite often, the firstborn, because people would have a lot of kids in the early 1920s and 10s, and, you know, having 12 kids, 10 kids, 10 kids, 6 kids, 14 kids even. It wasn't unnatural. It was unnatural, but it wasn't unnormal. I mean, even with my nan and granddad on my dad's side, both their firstborn male and their firstborn female had the same name as the parents. So I had one uncle called Granddad and one auntie called Nan. So it's, oh dear. Oh, come on. That was hilarious. Shut up. So, I think it'd be funny if I said it really quick. The fact that I'm like taking an hour just to get a sentence out. No. But they did. They actually did name their kids. One was named after him, one was named after her. And I used to think, well, wouldn't that be confusing at home? But it wasn't, because they didn't used to call each other. I think sometimes she'd call him Dad, and he'd call her Mum. But I wasn't around then because I wasn't born. Not that never saw them. I saw them obviously together, all together when, because I was my dad 26 when I was born. So I saw him pretty much when he was 30, and all my other uncles and aunts together. So my oldest uncle would be about 38 at the time, with my granddad and nan, and they'd all say Dad and Mum. Dad to their dad, that is, and Mum to their mum. And they daren't say Mum to their dad. Ooh, woe betide them. There was a lot of those kinds of sayings back then that I grew up with that was outdated when I grew up with it. So I don't think that my friends' parents would use those terms. Yeah, I used to hear things like, woe betide you. I never knew what it meant. I mean, I kind of started to understand, so betide me. So that's something that's going to come onto me. Or that's something that how I'm going to feel, and I'll be all woeful. I don't know. Still a little bit confused. Other ones, I remember my dad used to say, if he was going to give me a spank, he'd say, I told you to dress up as a schoolgirl. No, he didn't. He said, I told you, this was last week, he said, this is going to hurt me more than it hurts you. Well, don't do it then. It's just such a stupid thing to say. This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you. Now, saying that, I only remember one time that my dad gave me a spank. I didn't ask him for it. As a kid, I'm talking about, like, not talking about our regular Thursday nights when I was in my 40s. That's a weird thing to say, isn't it? I don't mean it. But the only time is when I lost my little brother. I did. I lost him. And he was wandering down the motorway. Yeah, my dad was... I've never seen him like that before. He was absolutely furious. Basically, we were out the front. I was about to go to the library, as I did at the weekends. That was my place. No one ever questioned that. It's really weird, I think, thinking about it in hindsight. No one questioned that I was an avid reader, always reading a book, and at the library a lot. Like, I'd spend my Saturday afternoon at a library. Yet my school report did not reflect upon that. My school report you wouldn't think it was the same person. The reason, the only difference, the only thing that I can think of, apart from the fact that I didn't like being there at the school, I wasn't interested in any of the subjects. When I was at the library, I would study a subject that I loved, and I would write out, and I'd search the encyclopedias, and I'd write stuff out, and I'd cross-reference. But I'd be studying vampires and werewolves and stuff like, whatever the subject I was interested in at the time. It later became like martial arts and stuff. Went through a period when I was really into astronomy. But no one questioned it. Like, how can someone be so rubbish at school, yet be spending all their time, or a lot of their time, reading books? No one questioned it. I didn't question it either. I literally could not get through enough books. I was reading and reading. I'd read stuff I wasn't, just because I liked the smell of the book, or I liked the cover. And hardly any of it was fiction. The children's stuff was fiction. But with the adult stuff, none of it was fiction. I didn't really read much fiction, apart from, okay, when I was like an older teen, I discovered science fiction books, and there was these, they were thick, and the front cover always had a really scantily clad people on there, and it was very adult, kind of an adult picture. It wasn't like nude, but it was adult-y. And the only reason I came over them is because I was going through all of I was buying, because I bought these books because I realised if I got it from the library I wouldn't be able to return it. So I was going through, at the time, lots of Star Trek books. And I read all the ones. I think I bought pretty much all of them. And then in the same section was these science fiction, but fantasy books. I mean, technically Star Trek is fantasy, isn't it? But it's becoming more real life as we go. I think that's part of the reason I struggled to get into the Next Generation Star Trek, because not only had I watched all the episodes of Star Trek on repeats, of course, because I wasn't alive when they were first broadcast, but like very late 70s, early 80s, they were on, I think it was a Tuesday night on BBC Two. And I used to watch them, and then reading the books as well. I felt very, like I knew the characters, really knew them quite well, like Spock and I can't remember the others, but I knew them really well. Almost like they were family members. Can't remember their names, but I really felt close to them. And I started noticing these books, because I pulled one out because I was trying to get to another book, and I saw the cover and I thought, huh? And my tongue just rolled out of my mouth onto the floor. I was like, what is this? Honestly, no one told me about it. It was in the adult section of the library, so I wouldn't even have kind of looked at it really, because I was still a teenager at this time. And I think most of those books were in hardback in the library, but these were in softback or paperback. The fact that it was so thick with like 400 pages put me off a bit. It was like, I'm not going to be able to, it'd take me a year to read that. But it's a weird, even as a slow reader, how fast you can read when you know a juicy bit's coming up. It's almost like, I'll be honest, I'm not sure if I really took much notice of the story. I was just waiting for the next naughty part. Yeah, I was a teenager, so wow, I could not believe, my eyes were opened. Because, yeah, and it's way more, it's just like, I don't know, if anyone's ever read any of that stuff, you'll know what I mean. I'm surprised it's even allowed, really. It's so extreme and explicit, some of it. And I started collecting them. It was almost like it was a secret, my own little dirty secret. Because no one else knew. They were just books. And you couldn't see from the edge of the book what it was. If you took the book out off the shelf and you looked at the front, you think, it's like, that doesn't look like a book a child should be reading. But when it's actually just the edge bit, it didn't really have anything on there. And none of the titles really gave it away. Well, some of them were kind of close, but yeah. So yeah, I used to read those. So I used to like reading fiction then. I've not really stuck to the topic of the day, have I? The old Monday, boring Mondays. Objects. I don't know what happened. I've got to find some more times when I was embarrassed. And this all started because I was going to talk about going on a computer course, and now I ended up talking about naughty science fiction fantasy books. I don't know how I got from one to the other. So, yeah. So, anyway, I got sent on this computer course. Embarrassing moments. Got sent on this computer course. It was in... where was it? I used to know the place, but I've forgotten. It's the best hotel I've ever been in. Harrogate, that's it, Harrogate. Best hotel. I think that was where the head office was of the company I was working for. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was 18 at the time. I just turned 18, or 18 the previous end of August. And this was the January, I think, maybe February. And the hotel wasn't near anything. There's no shops, there's nothing. It was on a hill, and there might have been stuff around, but I was only there for, I think, 3 days. And I got taken by car to where I needed to go, and it's like, what? There isn't anything here. There must have been a town centre, I just didn't get to see it. Well, the embarrassing thing happened when I had room service in the hotel. It was all paid for. Room service... Well, I guess, yeah, just room service, because it was food and stuff. I wasn't drinking alcohol. I didn't really drink back then. The first night I actually went out with the managing directors for a meal in the hotel. And I don't know how I managed to do that, because that wasn't me. Sitting in a restaurant with these people that were high up in a very large company. I don't know, honestly. Now, I didn't realise, I didn't really put the two things together. My dad actually worked for that company. A different part of the company, but he worked for that company. So maybe they knew him. And maybe my dad just said, can you keep an eye on him? Can you just check he's okay? You know? Because he knew I'd never been anywhere before. I'd never been anywhere on my own like that. You know? Even as a kid, when I moved around, I was always with an adult. So this is like suddenly, I mean, I'm up north and I'm on my own. Like, what the heck do I do? I didn't know anybody, no one to talk to. And I wasn't on a computer course with anyone else. It was just me on my own, going along, being taught how to use the system. There wasn't anybody else there. There was, because it was in the offices, like where the whole place worked. But I wasn't like in a group of people where I could get to know people or anything. Nothing like that. So the second night I thought, I'm not going back in that restaurant. I'm going to get, room service. I don't want to go back down there. It's too many people, too busy, and I'm not sitting at a table on my own. So I get room service, I have the dinner, and I think, okay, I better... So I'm just relaxing, really relaxed. I just basically got my underpants on and my socks, watching telly. It was a big... Because it wasn't just there was a bed, but there was a sofa in there and everything, and a big TV, well, a TV, probably quite big. Really big hotel room. It is the best I've ever been in. Not that I'm a hotel exquisite connoisseur, whatever, but yeah, I haven't been in many hotels really. These days, the last 25 years or whatever, if I stayed, probably the last few decades, if I stayed in a hotel, it would normally be just not a happy shopper. What's it called? Just like a, not burger. It's like a named one. They've all got names, haven't they? But I'm trying to think of a hotel. Hotel Inn, Holiday Inn, something like that. And they're just all the same. I mean, they're different, but they're all pretty much the same. I don't like serving myself, though. Yeah, I don't like serving myself. It's not because I'm lazy. It might be because I'm lazy, though. But it's not because I'm lazy. It's... I just don't want to... Yeah, it just doesn't... doesn't suit me. There's a few reasons, but I just don't... Yeah. I prefer to have the food delivered to the table and, on a plate, all nice. It doesn't have to be neat, but just there, so I don't have to get up and queue up and walk around. And because some people are there, they got a wallet sticking out of the back pocket, and it's just tempted to you want to pickpocket them, but you think, no, can't do that because I don't want to ruin the weekend, and if they catch me, and it's just like, what am I talking about? I've never pickpocketed anyone since I left school. I used to steal. No, I didn't pickpocket, but at school I used to steal stuff from the teacher. So the teacher would go like, "Where's my calculator gone?" And then later on, I'd go up and speak to the teacher and ask a question. It was just like a magic trick, really. Like, look over there, look at my right hand, or look at my left hand, and that you not focusing on what I'm doing with my right hand. It probably sounds better if I do it the other way, but you know what I mean. So I'd be like, oh, look over there, there's a dinosaur outside. And I'd put the calculator back in their drawer. And then I'd go back to my chair or whatever, and I'd say, "Miss, have you got a calculator?" And she'd get angry because she'd already had a go at everyone. Someone's took a calculator. And she says, "Obviously you can see it's not here." I said, "Have you tried your drawer?" Which he hadn't. Like, but it was on my desk. Well, it's not, it's in your drawer, isn't it? But it was on my desk. I said, and she said, "Yeah, it wasn't." But I said, "No, it's in your hand." So she just get annoyed. And I do this with various different things, you know. I remember once she sort of said, I went up there, distracted her, kind of sat down, and she stood up and she was very furious, and she said, listen, no one's going to lunch until my table's been returned, my desk. And the good old days, isn't it? Hey? The good old days. Anyway. So I'm just chilling out. I can't remember what I was watching on the telly. I don't remember. Because it would have been about, probably EastEnders actually. I was probably watching EastEnders, which would be on about 7:30 at that time. Probably 7:30, because Wogan would be on first, and then EastEnders. So I probably had my dinner probably during Wogan, and then watched EastEnders, just lazing about, because, you know, I didn't want to get up until my food had started to digest, you know. I don't want to rush around. And I thought, what do I do with these plates? Well, it was just basically one plate and a knife and fork, maybe a cup as well or something. Like, what do I do with this? There might have been a basket with like tomato ketchups and stuff as well. So what do I do with this? I thought, do I wash it up myself in the sink or in the bath like I do at home? And I thought, no, wait a minute, because I remembered as I was walking in, I saw the day before, in the evening, I think, I saw a couple of plates outside people's doors, and I thought, yeah, that's what I got to do, because this is all new to me. I didn't know the etiquette of the whole thing. So I went outside the door, put the stuff down. I didn't know which side to look, so I kind of go out to look, and there was a plate over there. And as I was looking, the door shut. So I put the stuff down. What I didn't realise is the door was locked. When the door closed, it locked itself. And you might think, well, so? Well, I didn't have my key on me. And do you know why? Because my underpants did not have a pocket. Yes, my underpants. I was standing there outside the door with my underpants and my socks on. Now, normally, that was how I would try and woo a lady, you know, with my socks on. Always kept my socks on and my underpants if I could. Unless, of course, I wanted to get a laugh. So I'm stuck out there, Mr. Skinny, because I was, you know, I really was, I was very self-conscious of how slim I was at that time. I didn't realise that actually being slim can be quite a good thing. Anyway, I did not know what to do. I even remember there was a window at the end, and I thought, no, jumping out the window is a bit extreme. What could I do? I didn't have anything. I didn't, honestly, just my underpants and my socks. And I didn't like, how, and I was on, I think, like third or fourth floor. And it was kind of both good and bad that there was no one else around. Good because I didn't want anybody to see me. But bad because I couldn't get any help. Luckily, after about 15 minutes, and I also needed to do a wee as well. Ideal, brilliant. someone came up. I think it was a cleaner or it was someone that that worked there, came upstairs, and they did laugh, but it's, you know, it's expected. I can't moan that someone's laughing seeing someone practically naked standing out of the hotel room, because it was a funny visual, I guess. And I said, please, can you... I explained what happened, and I was like talking slowly, like really like trying to be very concise, perhaps a bit too loud as well. And then I realised that, because my only experience of waiters at that point was from Faulty Towers, watching Faulty Towers and Manuel, like, being Spanish or whatever, and Mr. Faulty, Basil, shouting and having to keep explaining what he was trying to say. And I realised the bloke was just English and he could understand what I was saying. Or it might be a female, I can't remember. So I just said, look, help, please help me. So they went and got, I'm not sure if he had a key or she had a key that was like that opened all the doors, or went downstairs and got a key. But it was embarrassing. And if I ever tell you this story again, it'll probably be different from that time. I'll probably embellish, but wow. It was, I really did not know what to do. What can I do? I mean, literally. Oh, there's another time. Yeah, I suppose I did embarrass myself. Right. There's a little town that basically, where my dad lives and the next main town is about half an hour, I think. 40 minutes on a train, half an hour. And I figured in my mind that's not a long time. And we were halfway through the journey and the train broke down. And we managed to stop at a station. One of the stations there stopped out on the way. And people were standing on there on the platform, and the attendant said, you're going to have to wait till it's fixed before we can continue. And I said, no, but I've got to be somewhere. And he said no, and I caused a bit of a fuss. I wasn't rude, but I was a little bit cross, a little bit short. I said, well, I'll walk it then. And the bloke started making fun of me. He said, you can't walk that. I said, yeah, I can. We're nearly there. So I set off. And I kind of made a bit of a fuss about walking. I don't know, just almost very theatrical. And the other passengers sort of saw me walk off in a huff. I'm going to walk. Tell me I can't walk. I can walk there. Of course I can walk it. It's only a small amount of time. It's not just moaning. After half an hour, I realised I was lost. I was in the middle of the countryside. Didn't know where I was. And I realised that I was not going to get where I was going, because I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know even if I was going in the right direction. I figured it was the right direction because it was the way the train was going. But eventually I left. I was nowhere near the railway track, so I had no idea where I was. So after half an hour I turned back and walked up. They were all still there. And I think eventually they decided they were going to get they were going to try and move the train onto a different track, and we'd catch, because the trains were like hourly, and that train, even though it was already delayed, the next train came. So I'm there walking up and people are just all looking at me. I felt a little bit embarrassed. Yeah. It's like one of those situations, you back yourself into a corner. It's why I try not to do it. I did it a few times when I was younger, and there's nowhere to go from here. I remember once I got caught not paying a fare on a train, and I just hadn't bought a ticket. So I tried to play the whole, well, I lost my ticket, and pretending to be angry at the bloke it's quite humiliating. They're really, I don't know. It wasn't my fault, but it got to the point where I decided it was his fault, and it wasn't my fault, and I was in the right, even though I wasn't. I kind of talked myself into it, but I had no way of winning the argument. And I was standing there, this was 2001, I was standing there arguing with no hope of winning. And in the end, he just took my address. So I gave him my old address where I didn't live anymore. So, yeah. But it was just like, what's the point in arguing this? Because if you're really nice, there's been times when there's one time I fell asleep on a train, and I ended up a long way away from London. And the ticket inspector came round, and I was just genuine. I said, the train is stopped, by the way. And the ticket inspector, they came round basically to wake me up. Well, can I see your ticket? Because I was asleep. I think they thought it was a bit dodgy. I said, no, no, I was supposed to be going to Stratford. They said, well, you're in Norwich. I said, oh man. So you got a ticket? I said, yeah, look, it says Stratford. He said, yeah, but you're in Norwich. You need to have paid for a ticket to Norwich. I said, look, I live in Stratford. I've got no reason to come to Norwich, and I'm now stuck here for the next 5 hours until the next train goes back. And he didn't give me any hassle. He just let me get off and wait for the next train, which was, I think I got there early hours, and the next one wasn't until about 6 in the morning to go back to London. So I'd have to pay for that trip as well. So he could have been really, it was embarrassing because it was just me and him. No one else was around. One embarrassing thing, I remember I was on a bus and I was working in the bakery, the big bakery, in about 91. It was 91. And I was doing long hours. And I was coming back on the bus and I fell asleep. Also, at that time, even when I was working before I worked in the actual bakery itself, I worked in the canteen of the bakery. So I'd be doing just like a normal day's work. But I'd also be up during the night, like up till early hours of the morning at comedy clubs. So I didn't generally get a huge amount of sleep, so I'm very, very tired. I fell asleep anyway. Luckily, I was just the bus stopped and I woke up, and I was one stop away from my stop, which was lucky because I was proper asleep. And I looked down, and East London's busy. I mean, this was like 5:30. It's super busy all the time. Yeah. And these people are looking up at me, and I'm thinking, what are you staring at? And I realised that I was dribbling. I dribbled all down the window and all over myself. I was that tired, I literally fell asleep, and I was at an angle, so it was just all dribbling down. It was embarrassing. It was. And I just had to look away and like, oh. I think I might have actually got off the bus there and walked the rest of the way because, like, no, this was bad. So it was a little bit embarrassing. Trying to think if there's anything I've done that's been embarrassing, really. This all seems quite... I know, quite soft, isn't it? There's no, like, major things. I mean, I had a girlfriend once, and this was 96, so... We was on a train. There was no one opposite us, but there were people behind us. We were like in... You couldn't really see what we were doing because of the way the train was sort of suited. But she pulled my trousers down, you know, everything down. And I'm thinking, okay, this is a bit risky, but, you know. And then she starts laughing and she pushes me into the gangway, you know, the where you walk through between the chairs. Whew, that was embarrassing. I mean, I covered up, but honestly, I could have got arrested for that. It's very, very naughty of her. Oh, another time that was quite embarrassing. Same female. I used to work nights. That's where I actually met her. I was working nights as security guard, and we'd be up all night. It's how she just used to come down and we spent out, you know, nights and nights and nights in a row, just chatting and getting to know each other, and then fell in love and all that stuff. And then she stopped. She stopped coming down. No, then she'd come down, and she wouldn't be all night with me because I would see her more outside of work, you know. But she'd still be down there and come down and sort of see me, and it was kind of early days, so it was quite a passionate time. I was in this enclosed office part where there was a big desk, and it was all encased like glass, and you know, you couldn't get into it, could lock the door, and there was chairs, and there was this big desk and stuff. And we also had, because it was the reception of the place that I was working, but we also had the mobile, the mobile, which was the security guard who would come down and check on all the different sites to make sure, first of all, that we're there, make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do and that we're not asleep. And the mobiles, I think, at night, that's kind of their main job, is to make sure that the people are not asleep. Now, I was never asleep at that job. I was at the second one, but I was never asleep there. Anyway, my girlfriend was... I've got to explain this so it doesn't sound rude, but she was underneath the table. I was sitting at the table, she was underneath the table. So I guess she must have been searching for a pencil or something. And the mobile came in. Now, I knew sometimes, generally the mobile wouldn't, sometimes they'd come into the office bit, sometimes they wouldn't. I knew if the mobile came into the office bit, you know, that's my job gone. Like 100%. Now, under that situation, I would have expected my girlfriend to, I don't know, kind of be ready for that situation to sort of make an excuse, but she didn't. She found it hilarious. So the mobile, the insurance, the security mobile, was standing talking to me through the glass. And I'm trying to have a conversation with her. or him. There was a lady and a man, I don't remember who it was. And it was hard. I mean that as a pun. It was very difficult. If you remember Police Academy, the very first Police Academy, and the Police Academy, the top man is standing doing a talk to all. I think it's basically everyone's passed and become police officers. He's talking to everyone in like, you know, he's behind a rector or whatever it's called, a good name, and rectum, what, you know, the thing that you put your papers on. And there was someone in front of him, out of sight. It was kind of that situation. I never thought it would ever happen, and I'm so glad that I didn't get caught, because that was super embarrassing. I just started to realise she was a bit of a troublemaker, wasn't she? Remember once we visited my dad in the we stayed in his caravan out the front, and she painted my toenails before seducing me. The next day we go out, we're on the beach, and she said, "Oh, do you want to, should we go for a little dip?" I said, "Well, I can't, I've got my clothes on." She said, "No, just up to her ankles or whatever, just cool off." I said, "All right." So took my shoes and my socks off. We're just walking around, walking towards the beach, walking like towards the sea rather, and she's laughing her head off, and other people are laughing, and I know, what the hell, why are you laughing? And I'm just like oblivious. I didn't realise, I'd forgotten that my toenails were painted, and she'd painted them all different colours, really bright. It's almost like she'd planned it. And she found it hilarious that I was walking along the beach with my toenails, with my really bright toenails shining. That was embarrassing. Yeah, that was embarrassing. What other times have I been embarrassed? Okay. I've told this story. I've got to be careful with these stories, because some of them are a little bit adult, but at the same time I'm being vague, okay? So I was staying with my friend Neil in his bedroom. He was in a bed, I was on the floor in his dad's sleeping bag. So basically his dad lent me the sleeping bag, and I slept over. It was like, it's a sleepover. We were both probably about 14 at the time. And he woke up. We woke up in the morning, and, you know, probably he seemed to be awake up before I was. And he shouted, "Wake up." I thought, okay. And he said, "We're going to go down and breakfast soon." He said, "Before that, do you want to have a contest?" And I don't know, I kind of agreed. So we had this contest, but, you know, it was under the covers, couldn't see nothing and everything like that, and I don't know why, but anyway, it was this contest, and I won the contest. And I'm like being a bit cocky, said, "I win." And he lets out a big laugh, pulls the like the bedclothes back, or the duvet back, and he's fully clothed. So clearly he's been up a while, and he's got dressed and everything. And he starts laughing at me and goes down to breakfast. I wasn't fully clothed. I really didn't know what to do. I had to pretend that I was also pretending. And there was I remember a few months later, because his dad was cool. He was really, both his parents were really nice. And I don't know why they allowed me to go around there, because no other parents let me go around people's houses. Only one other. I used to get banned. I'd go around to a friend's house and they would say, no, I don't want you back. Whether it's them just saying it because they didn't want me to visit, but even my bestest friend, I wasn't allowed in his house because his dad didn't like me. But Neil's parents, they were amazing. Phenomenal, honestly. They liked me more than my own parents seemed to. I don't know why, they accepted that I was however I was. Anyway, I was around there a couple of months or a month later, and I was just leaving, and I was saying, I think I had something to eat, and I said, thanks for the grub, I'm off. And his dad called me back, and I said, what? He said, Jason, you owe me a sleeping bag. And Neil's laughing his head off, and I'm so embarrassed. Because all Neil did was he just basically, he just wrapped it up and stuck it into the loft or something, I don't know. And I think his dad was about to go camping or fishing or something and needed the sleeping bag and just couldn't open it. Anyway, a similar thing at my friend's house, Neil. Another thing that happened is, this was embarrassing because I had to face the consequences of this. Basically, we had a free afternoon. So this would be, again, when I was 14 probably. Maybe 15. 14, 15. 14 probably. And we basically went round Neil's house, me, Dean and Neil. So we went round Neil's house and Neil raided his dad's alcohol place. So we have vodka. Don't do this if you're listening at home. I basically had a pint of a mixture of different things. Whiskey being the main one, and then a mixture of other things. And bearing in mind, I'd been drunk once in my life before that. And other than that, the most I'd ever drink was like a glass of wine on a Sunday. That was kind of standard back then. Like a glass of wine on a Sunday and at Christmas and stuff. But I was a kid. I wasn't drinking alcohol, or wasn't hanging out in the park doing stuff like that. So I drank this stuff and I got completely the worst I've ever been in my life. I've never been like that since. And they found it hilarious. Which is kind of weird considering it was Neil's house. He took me into his mum and dad's bedroom and wrapped me up in their quilt, and I completely ruined the bedroom. I was just being ill everywhere. Everywhere. So his mum and dad came home to a house that was destroyed by me. And they never told me off. They never banned me from going back. And they should have done, really, shouldn't they? I did apologise when I saw them. And then after that, I left and I went and did my paper round. And the next day, my boss at the paper shop said, we had lots of complaints yesterday. People saying that you didn't deliver their newspapers. Can you tell me where they are? I said I did deliver them. Where I delivered them, I couldn't tell you, but I definitely delivered them. And yeah, I got in trouble for that. Very strange. They came round to see me later in the evening to see if I was okay. Wow. Put me off whiskey forever. I managed to force myself to drink a bit of whiskey with my dad a couple of times, because that was the only way I could be. I was trying to bond with him, you know. This is back when I was about 17, 18. I just can't drink whiskey, just it's not my thing. I think I'm quite lucky though, because if I had been able to, I think my life would have been different. But yeah, the weird thing about it is, when I was 16, I moved into the flat above the chip shop. I didn't have anything really to go in there, and my friend Neil's parents gave me loads of stuff, like cutlery, plates, dishes, toaster, kettle, all this stuff they gave me for my flat. And I remember sitting down just in the town centre on a bench outside and thanking his dad, and being quite teary actually, because I couldn't believe that he did it. But both him and his mum, and his husband, his wife, that they'd actually cared enough to help me, especially after what I'd been up to. It's weird, it's so lovely. I remember 96, with this girlfriend that I told you, the naughty one. I visited my friend Neil's house, and he wasn't there, but his mum was still there, and his dad was at work. And I spent a couple of hours talking to her, and we were going over some, the old times. She was exactly the same as before. Just lovely. She was Glaswegian, so she's not that really means anything, but she was very down to earth and didn't pull her punches. Just really just lovely. And is still welcoming to me, even after 10 years after I left school. Because this is like I was 26 at this point, and I left school when I was 15. And she was still she'd still opened the door and invited me in, remembered me. I thought it didn't even look the same anymore, but yeah. But that was embarrassing. I can't think of any other embarrassing. Oh, yeah. When I asked you, I mentioned this the other day, I asked a lady out in a travel agency, and she said yes. That's not the embarrassing part. The embarrassing part is I stayed in there and continued to chat her up, or try to. And by the time I left, she told me that she changed her mind. And this all happened in front of two of her colleagues in a shop that didn't have any customers. They just happened to be a really quiet afternoon. And I think I embarrassed myself more than I realised. What other embarrassing moments? Oh, that was that one when I got stuck in the chair. Oh, that I mentioned earlier. What other things? Embarrassing. There's probably loads. Bearing in mind how ancient I am, there must be absolutely loads. But just trying to think. Can't think of any more. So this was Monday's boring objects. Monday's boring sleepy objects. Oh, come on, there must be another one. There was one. It was embarrassing, but luckily no one found out. So when I worked in a nightclub, I used to, at the end of the day, I used to go to the toilet in the women's toilets. When the nightclub was closed, that is. Because the men's toilets were unusable. Unusable. And usually there'd be at least one or two toilets in the females that I could use. So I'd go and have a nice toilet in there. So I'm sitting down, no one else around. As far as I was aware, all the staff were upstairs, like chilling out. I was wrong. And two of the staff members came into the ladies' toilets. And they were doing their makeup. I thought they were like planning to go out again, go out somewhere else. So they were talking. What I should have done, I should have shouted straight away, "Oi, I'm in. I'm here." And if they said, "Why are you not using the men's toilets?" I could just say, "Because I'm a perv." I guess like you go in the men's toilets and then you come back and tell me why I'm in here. Because it's blocked. So, but no, I kept quiet because I just didn't know what to do. And they were in there for about 20 minutes. And I'm also almost holding my breath. And at one point, you know when you can feel a bit of gas? A little bit of gas building up. And I thought, no. There's no way. No, you can't. I won't be able to hide that. You know, there's no way of hiding that. I'd have to flush the toilet in order to cover up the sound. But then I thought, oh no, but then they probably know that I'm there as well. They probably wonder who's flushed the toilet. So yeah, that was embarrassing. There was one time when I was in a public toilet. I was in a nightclub toilet rather, and I was doing something perhaps I shouldn't have been doing. Anyway, I won't go into that. Someone's knocking on the door, and I'm like, "Oh, go away, I'm busy." And I hear their voice, and they're looking underneath the cubicle toilet door, looking at me. I was like, what the heck? So that wasn't good. Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's probably a few other little bits and bobs. I mean, I was embarrassed every time I was at school when it was shower time. That was, you know, I mean, it's not a specific thing that happened, but I felt embarrassed because I was like a kid around all these adults. It was horrible. Didn't like it. No, can't think of any other things that I might have done that was mildly where I embarrassed myself or I felt embarrassed. Loads of times I felt embarrassed, but nothing obvious. Yeah, as a kid, I was just used to, when I was very young, I used to say stuff without meaning it. So I started in a chip shop, and there was this lady, she was probably in her 60s, and she, again, I would never do this, but I was 15 years old, so I just want to point this out. Anyway, she had like 3 teeth or something, and she was very moany. She just moaned the whole time. And she used to moan at me. "I'm old enough to be your grandmother." Like really. She wasn't particularly friendly to me. But, you know, as I've learned over years, she's probably got kids and grandkids that adore her. So, you know. But I didn't see the world that way at the time. Anyway, we had a delivery of stuff like bleach, stuff for like cleaning a place. And don't ask me why, but we had a big like broom head, the bristles. I picked up and shouted out, "Look, here's Doris's new toothbrush." And I was going to say everyone laughed. Not everyone. She didn't laugh, the opposite. And I instantly felt guilty. But everyone did laugh. But I was a kid, you know what I mean? I was 15 years old. I forgot she was there. But I didn't plan to say it. It just fell out of my mouth. I can't remember what her name. I'm saying Doris. I don't know what her name was. I can't remember. I do remember her name, but I'm not going to say it. And she'd be like, "Oh, yeah." I would never do anything like that now, but back, or even probably in my 20s, maybe, probably wouldn't. Probably not, no. I don't know. No, I don't think I would. But not now. So, I mean, you could say, well, I embarrassed her, but I also embarrassed myself because it was a ridiculous thing to have done, and it was not nice, and yeah. We never became best friends. And the weird thing about it is I always had a lot of respect for elderly people, and I still do, because of my grandparents. Or my my nan. Always had respect, but then, I don't know what it was. The way I think back then is like, if you're going to be rude to me, then, it's going to be returned. I try not to do, but I don't know. I've got nothing to say. I don't feel good about having done that, but I did do it. It's almost like confession time, isn't it? And then there was that time I cut the brakes on that car. No, I never did that. No, I think that's it. It's not it. There's loads of others, but I can't think at the moment quite. I mean, there's one time I was walking through the nightclub, and someone was eating, because it's a comedy club. Someone was eating, and they asked me a question. So I think I'm talking to them, and I kneel down, and as I talk to them, my chewing gum falls out of my mouth onto the floor. And she looks at me weirdly. Everyone at the table looks at me weirdly. And I'm like, when I got back to the bar, I thought two things to learn from that. First of all, don't let chewing gum fall out of my mouth onto the floor. And secondly, don't pick it up and put it back in my mouth. Maybe that was the big one, but that was embarrassing. Other things, I remember once I was in the DJ booth, and this was the early years, and a lady jumped over through the window of the DJ booth and started kissing me. And I'm like, what are you doing? I actually did say that. What are you doing? She said, "I'm kissing you." I said, "Okay. Why?" It really threw me off, because it was the first time anything like that had happened. It wasn't the last time. It was definitely the first time. And she said to me something that really made me think. She said, "Why not? What's wrong with you?" Not like what's wrong with you, but why wouldn't I want to kiss you? And I'm like, that's a good point. Why wouldn't you want to? And because I'd lost my mojo at that point, and I was like in my prime, I'd lost my mojo through circumstances or whatever. And that's when it sparked. That little spark came back. It's almost like I felt like a man. You know, my version of a man. I just felt like, oh. And I hadn't felt that for quite a while. I haven't felt it for years. But there was a degree of, I think it's confidence. The confidence kind of came back. My mojo came back. And after that, and that was like at the end of 97, 98, I had a haircut, put on some better clothes, put more effort into my appearance, and I was dating. I was back in the dating game, and dated a lot of dating in that year. So it's just like I got my mojo back and my confidence. And I realised that, why wouldn't someone want to, maybe not kiss me, but why wouldn't someone want to talk to me? Nothing that wrong with me. I know I'm not a supermodel anymore, but still technically human. So, I don't know really. I don't know what the point of this conversation was. Embarrassing moments. That was embarrassing because I didn't expect it to happen. And I think it's not just the fact that she jumped over the thing. It's the fact that I screamed really loudly because it made me jump. Yeah. Now, there's probably loads and loads and loads, but that's all I can think of right now. But I'm still trying to think. I almost want to find one that's really good. I want to find a juicy one. A juicy embarrassment. You know, something where I've just looked at absolute silly Billy. Like really, really silly. No, can't think of anything. I'm trying to go back into different jobs I've had. Jobs I've been sacked from. Relationships I've had. Embarrassing moments in those relationships. I imagine all relationships are going to have embarrassing moments. I just can't think. It's been such a long time. No, I can't think of anything else. I probably will do now. As soon as I finish this recording, I'll go into the kitchen and heat up some, what are they called? Not croquettes, whatever they're called. French, croquettes, pastries. And then a cup of tea, I'll put it. Croissants, that's it. I'll probably remember. No. Oh, there was one. Oh, okay, I can't say that one because it's very, well, there was this female, it sounds like I'm just talking about women here, but she was working in one of my insurance jobs, and I couldn't help physically reacting when she was around. I don't mean like dancing or anything or doing handstands. It's probably just pheromones, you know, just her pheromones were affecting I imagine I had hormones back then. So it's just a chemistry thing, that's all it was. And I was affected by her. I mean, really, if she'd have liked me, that would have been potentially a really powerful relationship. But she didn't like me. So it was just a bit weird. I don't know why. I guess my chemistry, whatever, was reading signals that weren't there, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, she used to be friendly to me. But one day she asked, and she used to wear... Like I would never have complained, but it was really quite inappropriate clothing that she was wearing. It looked like she was... I liked how she looked, don't get me wrong. But I've seen people get told off to not wear that kind of clothing in the office environment, just because of the distraction it can have. And it's usually, I found it's quite often it was other women that were complaining about it, not the men. So, but she's definitely... All she was missing was a whip on this occasion. That's what I'm going to say. A whip and handcuffs. And she asked me over, because my job is to listen to phone calls, and she wanted to ask me a question. So I go over, I lean over, I bend over to talk to her and stuff. And then that effect... There's no way of saying this without laughing, blimey. Because I was bending over, forward I mean, and she just had, as I said, it had an effect. So when we finished, I stood up. Apparently I nearly knocked her off her chair, and she went and told everyone that I had that there was a flag in my pants, let's say. And I was like, why? She literally told everybody on the sales floor, and a couple of people came down and were laughing. I thought, I'm going to get sacked, because it wasn't my fault, it was just a physical response. And I didn't realise that it was going to be... I didn't think it would be visible, to be honest. No one's ever noticed it before. And she was telling everyone, but I don't think anyone cared. Because what she didn't know is... a couple of months earlier, I was working on the sales floor myself, so everybody knew me. And she was quite new, so they didn't care. I wasn't just some random person that worked downstairs that was creeping on everyone. I wasn't. I was literally just doing my job, and had a uncontrollable flagpole occasionally. And it's really weird, because I don't think any other person's ever had that effect on me. Hardly at all in my life. And she didn't even like me. How weird is that? To literally be I don't know, out of my control. I didn't think about her when I was at work. I didn't think about her when I was at home. But when I was in front of her, she almost just walked past me, and something happened. I kind of like, again, chemicals. It's just like chemicals in the air, isn't it? That's why when people say, "Oh, I don't find young women attractive. I'm an old man." Like, no, you do, because it's not your fault either, because it's chemicals. Not penicillin. What's it called? Not estrogen. What do they call it? The smells that we produce, that we can't smell consciously, affect each other. Pheromones, that's it. Pheromones. So, and people just lied. Oh yeah. Oh no, I'm not attracted to a 20-year-old. I'm 35 now. No, you might not be attracted to them. You might not be looking to be with someone that's younger than you. But the attraction's not in your control. being attracted to someone, being attracted to an older man or a younger man, whatever, it's not in your control. It either happens or it doesn't happen. You can't control what we're attracted to. You can't control what you like eating. I mean, you could probably wean yourself onto something. Why would you want to? But you know, if you go from full fat milk to skimmed milk, it tastes disgusting to start with. But you do that for maybe a year, 2 years. You try and go on to full milk. Full milk will taste disgusting. I say disgusting, but not everyone's going to experience it that way, but I have. It's very hard. And some people say, well, there's no difference. Skim milk's just like water. Well, fair enough. I've never drunk white water before that tastes like milk, but hey, you know, I've never put water on breakfast cereal, you know, or in tea. Well, obviously I put water in tea, but that's not a good example, is it? So that was embarrassing because of what she was saying about me. Like I'd almost walked in like a cockerel, proud, or what's those things that walk around proud? Not a penguin. Not a peregrine falcon. What's it called? Peacock. Like a peacock, like, oh, look at my tail and all my colours and stuff. And I wasn't doing that. I was literally just coming up to see one of the managers about something. And then she stopped me and said, oh, can you help me with something or whatever? I don't know what it was. It was a question about something. I wasn't listening. I was listening. I just don't remember. So that was, yeah. That was embarrassing. I mean, there's another time I was embarrassed, but it was almost a weird embarrassment because when I got Andre, very early, Andre's my little ferret, I let him off the lead and he ran into a ditch in the field. He just ran into a ditch, so I jump in to get him because I don't want to lose him, and because he's so little, the idea of losing him was just, I couldn't. I get caught. So basically I get caught on this old wreck of a car that's rusty in this ditch. Didn't notice that. There's all these thorns and everything. I managed to get hold of Vinny, or Andre rather, because he's stuck. Because the collar he's wearing is stopping him getting through. So I managed to get him out. So I've got him in my arms. I can't. It's been raining. I can't get out. I'm all cut up, by the way, on this car, this rusty car. My arms all split open. But I'm trying to just get out of this ditch, and I keep sliding back. And I am embarrassed because I'm like, how the heck do I get out of this? Because I can't walk down the ditch because it's completely full of trees and bushes and everything. The ditch is higher than I am, taller than I am, so I'm standing in the ditch. The ditch is probably, it's got to be 8-9 foot high, because I'm 5'8" or whatever. I'm trying to climb with just one hand because I'm holding him with the other hand. I do it in the end, but I fall over about 3 or 4 times probably as I'm doing it. So I end up walking back when I get out, and I'm completely covered in mud, as well as having my hand and my arm. I think I even cut my face a bit, but a lot of it was just scratches. But it was like, this does not look good. And it's really weird. I didn't see one person. Usually, it's usually people walking. No one could have helped me when I was in the ditch. I didn't even see anyone as I walked home. Because after all that, it would be nice to have been stopped and asked, so I could tell them the story. Instead of waiting for 9 years to tell you now. Anyway, I'm going to go because I'm going to get myself some croissants. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. 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 Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room. on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful. completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax. the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders. Deepening each part of your body further and deeper, and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply there's a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing very slow. Your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away, happy to let go, let go, completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go, even more. Peaceful.
enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. drifting, drifting, peaceful energy. Peace to breathe, so much easier. Loose, you may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful, moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace, blissful peace. total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day. Take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. And as you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. As the comfort spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose, your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely relaxed. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine in a way it's like just walking down some steps, and each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 10. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. 3. Two. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip. and then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can add that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay. Can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff is inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. It's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. As you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body, we're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each Starting again. Starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, just generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy, it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words, and as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases, which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also what will happen. Because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so deeply. As we start to focus let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if they just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing and observing the back of your neck. Feeling that energy in the back of your neck. Observing your ankles. Being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session, so none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently, maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. As I massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles knuckles, just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people use the knuckle or the, two fingers and just go either side of the spine and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side. And from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side. To the middle, in fact, to where your spine is. Massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. And massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading. Firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. And moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down, and this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle and to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh because now I'm going to massage your face gently, starting off with your forehead. Your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next, moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention, but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, and just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now moving to your stomach area, going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this with 2 legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. just not even notice them at all because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say. And then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel. As well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding. Starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 89. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. Candle 90. Candle 89. 87, candle 86, candle 85, candle 82, 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. Candle 72. Candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. Candle 69. Candle 68. Candle 67. Candle 65. Candle 64. Candle 64. 57. Candle 56. Candle 55. Candle 54. Candle 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. Candle 45. Candle 42. Candle 41. Candle 40. Candle 39. Candle 37. Candle 35. Candle 34. Candle 33. 29. Candle 28. Candle 27. Candle 26. Candle 22. Candle 21. Candle 20. Candle 19. Candle 17. Candle 10. candle. One. Let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off, and feels so nice, knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything. all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment. this moment of deep relaxation and calmness filling your brain with deep, concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light and so healthy. And that sense of deep, deep comfort really does allow you to enjoy those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything so peaceful letting go of everything. We're going to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, open and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel, with very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs, and I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower abdomen. As we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists. Perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently and slowly. Very gentle and slow. As we now start to observe your lower back, that back part just above your hips, where your coccyx are, that whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips, and if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area, automatically with each breath you take. As you focus on how your chest feels when you breathe. Moving your focus to your forearms and your elbows. Maybe you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly observing your forearms and elbows. Now you can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice that usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I feel in this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins, the bones. Just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling. Maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, they're kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, there's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel, I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness, possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice, actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For relaxation relaxation, to feel your body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like in an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue to relax. Drifting. So slow. And peaceful. So relaxed. And peaceful. And focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. And as you focus on your mind, I'm going to count down from 10 down to 1. And with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed. Just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small to 7. That feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider. The gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. nervous system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1, the feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 It's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. Nine, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now open your eyes, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing the whole of your stomach, from your navel to just above your chest, or below your chest rather. So surrounding your belly button area, that whole area, you can feel the tension of your body, whatever's left, just releasing from that area. And you may notice that your stomach will become very relaxed as I count down from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, eyes again if you choose, or you can just keep them closed because it feels relaxing. Just notice how your stomach feels. And notice as you focus, just do a little scan of your body. Just notice how your body feels. Focus in on your upper body, your back, chest, stomach, legs, arms, hands, feet. Just noticing. And you may start to feel more of a sense of tiredness, which may be the reason you're listening to this recording, because you would like to let go completely of everything and drift off into a nice, natural, calm, relaxing sleep. So now we're going to focus on your forehead. And if you choose, you can incorporate your eyes in this focus as well. So your forehead and your eyes. Just that whole area, basically. Almost as if you were wearing a mask, like a Batman mask or something. Or I'm trying to think, Zorro or something. The kind of mask that covers your eyes, but also covers quite a lot of the forehead. And focusing on that area, because that's the area that we're now going to release tension and stress from your mind, from your brain and from your mind, and any tension that you may have remaining in your face, in your neck, in your jaw, in your eyes, your forehead, or your scalp. So basically any tension within your head area, including your mind and your brain. And that's going to be released through your forehead and your eyes. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, relaxation, not just in your head and neck and mind, also the rest of your body. Just notice how loose and calm you feel, and how easily it is to just let go completely. Let go completely. How easily. So what we're going to do now is I want you to focus on the top of your head. And we're going to allow every last piece of tension or stress that might be lingering or hiding in your body or mind or head to just be sucked out at the top of your head and released into the air, almost sucked out into the clouds. Imagine a big cloud above your head, almost like a whirlpool, and it's just going to suck that tension out of the top of your head and just take it away for good. As you focus, imagine an opening in the top of your head where that tension and stress and any remaining issues, maybe worries or concerns that are of no use to you now, can all be sucked out of the top of your head and taken away. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe, noticing how you feel, how relaxed and calm you physically feels so nice to just let go, to give yourself some space to breathe easily, to think calmly, and just to take a break from all that pointless worry and concerns about things that you don't need to think about right now, because this is your time to let go. This is your space to enjoy feeling deeply relaxed, peaceful in your mind, relaxed in your body. It can feel so good, so nice to just not have to do anything, to be able to really enjoy that serenity that comes with letting go completely, that peacefulness that comes with being in this peaceful space. And you can keep this sense of calmness for as long as you choose. If you choose to drift off into a deep, healing, natural sleep, then you can do that. It's completely up to you. And you can keep this feeling of calmness physically and in your mind for as long as you choose to feel completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And I'd like you to make up your mind that you're going to relax. And I want to explore that with you, what it feels like when you actually decide that you're going to relax. Not forcing yourself, but giving yourself that. I guess it is a command, really, isn't it? When you're telling yourself, relax. In a gentle but firm way that only you can really tell yourself in that way. You can't really have someone else saying to you, now relax, relax, you know. It needs to be gentle, but someone else can't really have the same kind of influence or power that you have over your own physicality, over how you feel. Because when you say it to yourself, it means more. It's personal, and your brain and your unconscious mind and your body listens to what you say. So, for example, we'll test it out. We'll do a little test, a few little tests along the way, and you can get more of an idea of the force, the positive force that you can have in creating a sense of comfort and relaxation in your body and your mind quite quickly, just by you telling yourself to I want to start by, let's focus on your hands. So focus on your hands and just tell your hands to relax. So just say relax as you focus on your hands. You could say, my hands are relaxed, or I want my hands to relax. But I think if you actually do it directly, by focusing and imagining that your hands can hear what you're saying, like they've got little ears, which is a bit weird. So talking to your hands and just say, relax.